Good afternoon. Today, hopefully, I get everything completely hooked up. Keyword being hopefully. Because all the machines have been placed now, and the last big thing to do is hooking up materials and power. And I think I'm going to go ahead and do the power first. Bunch of rubber and a bunch of high-speed connectors. Yeah, because I need to figure out how much power I'm going to need. I did, for most of yesterday, figure out how much I'm going to need in terms of materials. Surprisingly not going to be too bad for everything that I have over there already. I might go ahead and make some more power shards, just because could be useful. Go. I need something that's taking rubber. Are you taking rubber? You are. I'm gonna stack. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we can get the factory up and running today so that we can finish phase 5 soon. And I shouldn't need to really be importing too much in terms of materials. Things should just work fine. The big problem is going to be power. Because power's kind of hit and miss, but there is still double what I'm currently using available. That's the wrong one. Go ahead and dump off some extra stuff here. Just because I don't need carrying too much around. I'm going to take these though. Let's see. That. Interesting, so you're slightly behind because you're... For now, 150 should be fine. If I need more, there are also plenty of purple power slugs that are near enough by. It should be fine. Okay, so let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 2 here. I haven't really figured out a clean way to do the power here yet. Oh, yeah, so I'm gonna need to take off one of those. Because each one can connect to 10 machines, but I didn't make the power easily accessible from the roof like I did previously. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. There. So probably go. There-ish. Actually, I know why this would be easier, especially since I'm going to have to do this eventually.
It's nice of you to come by. It can get pretty boring here.
Is that so? I do need to finish doing this so that I can get everything kind of worked out the way it needs to be. Having these catwalks will make things like looking down from above to place power a whole lot easier, so I'm gonna go ahead and set these up first. And then get everything hooked up, because another big thing is going to be the conveyor belts, and I do have everything broken down by how many ingots I'm gonna need per floor, so that will help quite a bit. And fortunately this just takes materials that are pretty quick to refill, so no concrete. Oh, and I didn't stream yesterday, even though I was going to, because I was putting together the spreadsheet most of the day, so I was going around just kind of tallying up how much materials I was going to need, and I just kind of got to the point where I needed to take a break, and I got started on watching Moon Knight for whatever reason on Disney Plus. That TV show is pretty good, and then I started watching Loki season 1 and 2 afterwards, and finished season 2 this morning. They're both pretty good. I thoroughly enjoyed both of them, but it was a nice little break. Because while I do enjoy this game, just the tediousness of some of the stuff that I was doing was just a little bit mind-numbing. Probably not going to bother building these out too much further than I need to. No. Like this. Yeah, so I'm honestly really not going to need much more than this, because it's mainly just these long rows that are going to be annoying, but whatever. Okay, so this floor should be good. Okay, so 2 spaces in front of the elevator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Top. Okay, so 4 and then 5. One, two. So here. Can you? There. 2, 3, 5. Need to double check and make sure that's what I did up there. I don't want it to be clean, I want it to be fairly symmetrical. Okay. So the top floor, I'm also less worried about the top floor since it doesn't have a roof and it's not nearly as expansive as these two are. So I'm not too worried about it. 10. 10. This one may need to go a little bit further out than just one, because that's 10. T. Why won't you? Oh, right, because I already tested. I was gonna say, why in the world is it not placing? Well, it's because I was being a slight dumb there, which is fine. Yep, just everybody. Okay, that should get me by at least enough. Because this floor is the most machine-dense one. Hello, Sarah. Almost there, finally. It's just hooking up the power, hooking up the resources, and going from there. Until I'm done, or how long I've been doing this? Probably, well, in terms of setting up all the machines and now doing all this, it's been probably at least 7 or 8 days of streaming. And I mean, on this run, it's been I guess 152-ish hours, roughly. So yeah, takes quite a while to get this far into it, especially if you are putting together separate factories. You can't just kind of piecemeal the one that you start with in the beginning up to the end, but I'm not really a huge fan of doing that myself. Yeah, it's definitely not too bad. I did have somebody come in to the stream, I think last weekend or the weekend before, who was saying that it took him almost 300 hours to get to phase 5, which I don't know. I guess I go through the game a little bit quicker, and I still haven't fully explored the map, but it is what it is. Yeah, you would definitely probably need the full I think 4 players is the max. You would 100% need that, because doing it solo takes freaking forever. There is no getting around that. 4 days to get all the way through phase 5? Holy crap. That is impressive. Okay. Well, that's even more impressive, because a few of the achievements are stuff like summer sloops and Mercer spheres. Not that you have to get all of them, but you have to get, like, I think 105 summer sloops and 150 Mercer spheres. Yeah, coupons, no doubt, that too. Although, fortunately, like at the end of producing the phase 5 stuff, I could just sit there, yeah, and let these things go through. Jeez. Yeah, if you sit there long enough, this game, you can do really goofy stuff and make things happen. Like, I left a bunch of space in here. I was hoping to be able to squeeze these in a little bit more, but I left a bunch of space so I can make other stuff on the side. But at this point, I'm just trying to finish the game because I want to stream a new game next weekend. It's coming out in early access, so that's the only reason I'm kind of trying to rush it at this point. So I've been playing every day this week except for yesterday. Jeez. Yeah, that's not too surprising. For a lot of things require computers. It's kind of absurd. And since they require manufacturers, they just take up a lot of effort and space. $2400 cable. Yeah. See, what I did on my other factory, I don't know if you ever stopped by and saw the other factory, but I set it up to be a ground up type, where the bottom floor of it was just all producing raw materials and whatnot. And then the next floor was, ooh, that's impressive. The next floor was producing manufacturing parts and whatnot. But Max 200 gigawatts. I wonder what mine is currently. Well, this is not going to save. This is just here. But on the other one, I think I'm at 50,000 megawatts. So I guess only 5 gigawatts. This one, though, is going to be a bit more than that, I feel. Wire is 2. Why is wire 2? Stick it there. Yeah, the reactors are kind of a pain. I set up my nuclear stuff over near this, and since I did it kind of all up in the air to try to make a flat area and make a big flat area kind of in here, I only have 6 nuclear reactors going and 2 or 3 plutonium reactors and 2 plutonium reactors. I haven't even gotten to the fixonium yet. Oh, over the entire swamp over here. Nice. That's one thing I was hoping to get with this, but I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to do what I want, because it's just going to take forever. And getting fixonium set up is going to be a pain. Yeah, geez. Comparison, my power is very small, but I am also a single person and I'm trying to get through it without spending way too much time, so if I were to do what I really wanted, I would have super done nuclear power way back at the beginning, but I just didn't want to do more than 2 or 4 at the beginning. Right now I'm trying to figure out how much extra power I'm going to need for this grid, so I'm leaving it separately. All these floors. Also, portals are amazing. Let's see. My grid here uses up. So this is my grid for my main factory. Geez, yeah, mine is not consistent. Sometimes it's as high as 56,000. Sometimes it goes all the way down to 28. Not really sure what's the holdup again. Is it the electromagnetic rods? Probably. No, got electromagnetic rods. Got you. You're good. You're good. No fuel. How are you getting no why is this? One constructor needing... Are you sure you're not thinking megawatts instead of gigawatts? Okay, I was gonna say, because gigawatts, like even at my most here, when it's at peak, it's at only 58, 63 gigawatts. Because everything here is measured in megawatts, but I haven't gotten above 100,000 megawatts before, so it might convert it to gigawatts at some point. Using... How did these... Oh, right, because I'm dividing these up. And that's why. For one constructor, is it for a phase 5 machine? Because some of those can be kind of bonkers high in terms of cost. Okay. How is the waste full? put so much storage to try to prevent the waste. What is backing up over here? Oh, is it the freaking plutonium backing up? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I could, so I do have a setup planned for over near my new factory, should the need arise. I haven't gotten to the point of making any fixonium yet, though. I was kind of going to use this place as a stopgap. I was hoping to use my new factory to have a much bigger setup. Oh, are you talking about some of these things, like the power augmenter and the power matrices? So I have fully researched everything. Actually, I'm kind of curious, how many tickets do I have? Yeah, I know that, I just haven't gotten around to actually using them yet. Only 170. Oh yeah, no, I've got those. I've made plenty for that. Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, that's part of the reason I haven't made that stuff yet, is because some of it's so expensive. And since this was where I was doing some of that just to kind of experiment, it didn't really have enough to go on. I was hoping to get to it in the new factory, but I may not have the time that I want to get into it before I start streaming the new game next weekend. Right, I was gonna see what the concrete hold was over here. Since apparently plutonium is the bottleneck now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So Superland is being released into early access next weekend, and that's one that I am really wanting to get into. Because I enjoyed the first games. Okay, so you are going. Why is production? Hang on a second. Okay, now I get why production was paused. But yeah, Superland. So I played Super World a while back. Hang on, let me. Okay, I need these guys on now instead of trying to let them bottleneck, so it'll back up to that. No, so Superland was the first one's, Super World, my bad, is coming out next weekend. Alright, these are back in concrete. Where's the concrete coming from? Yeah, so that's coming next weekend, and I'm really looking forward to it. So I just kind of want to play it starting out. I don't play too many games starting from early access, this being one of the few. So I'm curious to see how it's going to be. I know they went for a little bit of a different visual style, and the gameplay is going to be a little bit different focused, but oh yeah, me too. I got this A friend recommended it to me and I started playing it within the first few days it came out. First couple weeks maybe. I think first month was probably, I don't know when we knew it in terms of, excuse me, versus the release date, but yeah. I never did experimental, so I can't say I've done that before for this. I kind of took a break after update 7 because I wanted to wait for there to be more before I went in and played through again, because having played through enough of it before that, having played through enough of it before that, I didn't really care to do a complete new restart for 8 and then for this one. 1200 hours is a lot more hours than I got. The Cybertruck? I don't think I have a Cybertruck. At least not in the game. Yeah, no Cybertruck. From the store? Is that an experimental? I got the factory cart. Sync 1 coupon. Oh, I get what you're saying now.
Fix-It sees what you did there. How creative. I have also been creative. There is something extra special for you in the awesome shop. It is a marvel of technology. It is truly the shape of the future. I will be sad if you do not use it and love it, and tell any friends you make in the future all about it.
Okay. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I had no idea about this. The Fix-It checkmark? Okay. So I have coupons. Might as well finish buying anything I don't have. Yeah, I guess I probably just never, that makes sense. I guess I just never really considered doing that at all, since I've just only been using the shop to buy things that I need, and only recently have gotten into any of the... Yeah, I get it. It makes sense. I've seen a few Cybertrucks where I live, and they are truly, disgusting. But yeah, I just always ended up using the coupons only for what I needed them for, and I always use the awesome sinks as just garbage disposal, so never bothered throwing a ticket into it. Transfer. I guess it would be a special. Yeah. Square wheels. Hey, you know, Mythbusters tried square wheels. Apparently they're not absolutely awful. Once you get up to speed, that is. Where is it sounds very much so like a meme vehicle. Although I can't seem to find it anywhere. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Probably have to make it here, don't I? I'm trying to find the Cybertruck and the stamp. Wait, did I not? I didn't buy them, did I? No, I didn't. I just put them in the cart. Gosh dang it. There we go.
Cyber wagon unlocked. While creating this, I did not cheat with the width, height, or length. I was able to achieve great capability within the same dimensions and same weight as a normal wagon. Part of this is the fundamental design change. I moved the mast to the outside of the truck. You'll love riding around in this thing.
There we go. That would explain. So small. Oh, interesting. Makes sense. Square wheels. Right, you probably need some fuel, don't you? Here, have some biomass, because why not? Truly a meme vehicle. It's cool for the check mark to be above your name in multiplayer. It's too bad that I have not played multiplayer in years, because sadly my friends haven't been to any of these kind of games recently, so it's always just... Yeah, that's true. Let's see, where am I at on achievements for this game? I'm at 37 out of 44. Let's see. Summer sloops, Mercer spheres, hard drives. Not too far really on any of these. That was only 50 summer sloops. The golden nut would take a while. And this one I'm almost into. These two are easy. I just haven't done them. I tried doing it with the little fix-it thing, and that's fair. It's too bad though it doesn't keep track of all the other ones that I've done, because this is, I think, the 4th playthrough I've done of the game. And of course, before they actually did anything, it probably would have hit those numbers. Hidden is not a word. Hooked up. All right. We're already at 6. It's here. Yeah, I think the other thing is, since the Mercer spheres and summer soups also were not added until after the full release, since I didn't start playing until a couple months ago after the full release, it's not gonna Not gonna keep track of any of that. Okay. Already got connected up. That's gonna be fun there, isn't it? I haven't even gotten to any of the hard-hitting stuff. Just in terms of actual power consumption. Okay. Might as well go ahead and do the first row of machines. That way, get all those done. Yeah, another thing that's kind of wild. So, with this factory setup, I set it up so that the base machine could go. There's just one manufacturer or one machine for each of the final items or parts. And then I set up everything else to be able to feed in equal or more capacity to make all the machines produce without having to wait on anything. And the interesting thing about that is I ended up with this massive footprint, but equally interesting is that the amount of raw materials is surprisingly not as high as I thought it was going to be. Like, the total amount of iron ingots I'm going to need is going to be something like 1850. Copper is going to be quite a bit. It's 4,628. Steel is only 1455. Caterium is only a total of total. It's 330, 280. So it's 6, 7, less than 1,000. Quartz is going to be less than 1,000. Coal is going to be 3250-ish. Aluminum is only 1200. Let's see, oil, I'm gonna need less than 1,000 cubic meters. Nitrogen, I need 300 cubic meters. SAM, or I'm gonna need a decent amount of, I forgot to total that up, that's fine. Limestone, I'm gonna need just under 1,000, and water, I'm just gonna need 800. So it's just kind of like, surprisingly, those things are not going to be as problematic because I did go out and go ahead and claim all these nodes of things, and with Mark III miners boosted, there's going to be basically zero problem with any of it. Just hooking it all up is going to take a while. Heck, it's probably what I'm going to spend most of today and tomorrow doing. It's just that. Although hopefully not. Hopefully I can get most of it done today. I do think this floor is probably going to be the most power intensive as well, because I believe it's this floor that has 2, 3, maybe 4 quantum encoders. Maybe that's the next floor up, I don't remember off the top of my head. Did they make a change so that you can wire machines together and then wire them to power poles? No, that's literally just a useless... Why did they make that possible? That seems really dumb. some frame drops. I don't know when that happened, but okay. There's this line all hooked up. I'll be curious to see, so I could have just built my stairs right there. Good. Be curious to see how much power just a single floor is going to take versus how much I can produce. How much I'm producing currently. Because I had a bunch of water set up and there's uranium up there. So I'm ready to just build a massive power plant too. I just hope I don't have to. At least not yet. I would like to finish phase 5 first. Do that, but oh well, it's fine. Ah, crap. Ultimate Force? I don't know if I've ever heard of Ultimate Force. Honestly, I never watched too much TV. I only started watching last night because I was just like, oh hey, you know, I kind of haven't seen any Marvel stuff for a while, and I saw the Fantastic Four last week. So that kind of got me into TV shows this week again. Speaking of which, I still need to watch Red vs. Blue at some point. It's on Amazon Prime, but I've never gotten around to watching it. Okay, so on this floor, I'm going to be consuming roughly 19,000 watts. But the SAS is in like the British SAS? The Special Forces mission? Or team?
Enjoy them for me, would you?
Or organization, not team. Okay. Okay. Is it supposed to be more of a documentary type? Okay. Actually. Yeah, I kind of put that in a really bad place. Yeah, I know in the US we've made a lot of movies about that kind of stuff, but I don't know if we've done any TV shows. At least too many that are based on real life. You know what? I feel like that's probably not too far off. You know, some people just hate any kind of concept around the military, and they don't want their kids or family to go into it. And it's like, yeah, I get that it's dangerous, but you know, some people just want to serve their country. I mean, did the guy's dad do something to deserve it, or did they just kill him off because they don't like him? Because he's a bully, essentially. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of a classic yet sad, classic story yet sad reality. Having watched enough true crime on YouTube and other stuff, unfortunately you see that happen all too much in real life. Live ammo for training. Yeah, when I was at the Air Force Academy, we didn't get to do too much training since at least firearms training, since the primary focus was the education and physical development, but we did get to go training a couple of times, except we used blanks and paint rounds. So actually, now that you mention it, I did, because yesterday was, like I said, kind of a break. I did watch a movie yesterday that did involve the SAS in it was mainly there was someone who wanted some revenge on some SAS guys, and it had Jason Statham in it as the main character, but I don't remember what it was called off the top of my head. Let's see if it's in my recently watched or continuing. Killer Elite. Yeah, I watched that yesterday. That one also involves the SAS. So I guess coincidence that that we both found something to watch that involved them. Yeah, I mean, and I feel like there's that problem with a lot of... I feel like most governments have that one group that's like that, sadly. Like, you could consider potentially like the Navy SEALs or the CIA, kind of those kinds of people. Mainly, I think the CIA, since they do a lot of assassination wet work, I think. Or at least they used to. I think in Russia, you could probably consider that the Spetsnaz. So I feel like most countries have one of those groups because they're extremely useful if you know how to use them, but the problem is they are, yes, one step away from insanity and needing to be locked up. And then you give them the tools to do their job even better. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. When I was at the Air Force Academy, we had, during your freshman year, they haze you most of the year and whatnot, and it's not as bad as it used to be, but like one of the things they do is to get recognition from your upperclassmen. They have what they call recognition weekends, and it's not overly affable, but I would say compared to the TV show that I saw, or at least the blurbs of it, it's kind of almost comparable to the Hell Week that the Navy SEALs go through a little bit, and it was not fun. I mean, hey, but getting in and not coming in last, it definitely says something. I mean, any special forces training is gonna be insanely tough. Insanely tough. They also have that one thing, so it was in the movie, Jeez. I couldn't climb the pole. I barely got myself to be able to do 6 pull-ups when I was at the Air Force Academy. And it took me like a year to get that far. It's definitely better than I would have done. I can say that. Unfortunately, people my size are not very good at shimmying up any kind of poles, and not very good at pulling ourselves up anything. Held by 6 people. Now see, that's interesting. I wonder why they wouldn't just have it as a slack line attached to something. I guess that's probably also part of the training, isn't it? Is you got to be able to hold up. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably also part of the teamwork stuff, because that is very important. Yeah, 'tis very true. And doing that kind of stuff all the time does make it a lot easier, I will say. Because at the Air Force Academy, we all kind of were dumped in head first, and yeah, our squads kind of became like that. Everybody got to help each other out, because you're all in the same boat and nobody really knows what's going on. You gotta figure it out as you go. Climb a 3-story net. I could maybe do the net. That I could maybe do. But, yeesh, some of that other stuff, that would be a definite probably no for me. Swimming fully clothed, in my opinion, is not quite as hard as it's made out to be. It's definitely not something you want to do for a prolonged period of time. But, like for us to qualify for swimming, we had to, and this was kind of the big thing for me because I had a fear of heights. It was not fun, but we had to jump off of a 10-meter high dive, I think it was, and hit the water, go under a bulkhead, and swim a lap, all while fully clothed. So wait, 2 full lengths of the pool, on your back with your legs out in the water, and swim towards your feet? Yeah, that's an interesting way of having to do it. That would be different, for sure. Never tried that one myself. It'd almost be like you're floating on a raft trying to kind of pedal yourself forward, except you're not on a raft, you gotta float yourself. Definitely be yeah, it would be a bit weird for sure. It doesn't seem super practical. I wonder what the application is for. Sure that having cameras was not exactly helpful, but I mean, people really like that stuff. I mean, anybody, I guess, who streams and is on YouTube and does any of that kind of stuff. Oh, you gotta love circuits. Not really, I was being facetious. I hate circuits. Milling. So what is milling? Not familiar with that. Test. Plank position. I feel like I need to look this up because I think I'm not quite understanding. Doesn't say it says here you can refer to several different activities. Controlled physical aggression, like sparring without evasion. Otherwise, it can focus on bonding, nonverbal communication. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that would not be super fun. Although I guess it does make sense, because if you are getting into a special forces program, you are wanting to train yourself to, well, be able to resist physical coercion. Oh, and the other one where you press up position and try to summon. Yeah, neither of those sound very fun. The closest I ever had to do to any kind of martial arts was at the Air Force Academy, was taking boxing lessons. But with it being the Air Force, we weren't expected to learn too much martial arts because, well, it's the Air Force, or the Chair Force as they like to call it. I mean, preferably no. That, and if it is for like a program and not for the real thing, yeah, you wouldn't want to be causing your participants to have broken noses and missing teeth or broken bones, because at that point, it's just kind of like, why are you doing this to normal people? Like, do the other training and whatnot, but let's not maim them. I could get my jumping to work properly. And why? Why you do that? Yeah, I could not. Then again, I do weigh close to 400 pounds at the moment, so I could not. I could probably not go on a broken foot for that long. I did have a twisted ankle for a week in my basic, but I at least made sure to properly get it wrapped because I didn't want to just completely destroy my ankle. How to hook those up? Interesting. Now, hot air balloon, that would be kind of fun. Never been up in a hot air balloon. But I guess if the purpose is for the training, maybe that wouldn't be quite so much of a fun experience. You get to go up and immediately just have to jump off. Then again, I may have gotten over most of my fear of heights, but that doesn't mean I generally like them. So that, and I could never jump when I was at the Air Force Academy. You had to be below, I think, 250 pounds to jump. I don't think they had parachutes that went for higher than that. Yeah, I imagine that really if you have parachute training anywhere, it's going to be useful no matter which branch you're in. Ooh, that's convenient. Hey guys, I'm going home. Can you just fly the plane overhead nearby base and I'll just jump. Give me a parachute and I'll jump. I mean, hey, quicker access, right? If you can do it, why not? I wouldn't blame anybody for wanting to do that. I mean, heck, if I could jump and it would be faster than landing, why not? I don't think they would allow that here in the US though, sadly. I think probably there's too many, especially with the incident that happened not too long ago with a helicopter and a plane crashing into each other. I think there might be a little bit stricter regulations coming on that kind of thing for us. Did watch an animation of the National Transportation Safety reviewing the data from that collision, and it seems, at least in my opinion, it was probably the sadly it was the military helicopter's fault, because, well, it seemed like they couldn't keep below their 200-foot ceiling. Huh. Yeah, I used to, since I also have a military and Air Force base near where I live, there was a, we used to have AWACS all the time, but they moved to a different base, I think, or they're in the process of moving to a different base. So we did get to see those fairly often. It's cool to see planes flying overhead when they're not, just whatever kind of plane. Although, just haven't, I feel like, been as many around me recently, and I wonder if it's just because they take a different path now to land than they used to. Ooh, that would be cool. Yeah, don't mind me just coming through, guys, with my flying tank. Don't mind me, gonna drop it off over here in the mountains. That'd be pretty cool. Imagine being the pilot for that. I feel like that would be kind of a pain because it'd be so heavy. I don't know if I've seen anything about the Vulcans. Yeah, I don't know when the last time any kind of simulation like that's been done in the US. Kind of surprised they never, well, maybe I didn't get far enough into the Air Force Academy, because I was gonna say, I feel like that would be something that maybe they would talk about, but maybe it wouldn't be more until like a technical school where you're actually learning about how to pilot and defend against other aircraft and airborne vehicles. Well, I honestly can't say I'm super surprised. While we do probably have good air defenses, we also have so much coastline. I can imagine that there's probably still plenty of gaps, sadly. Come on, please. Just missed one. You know, I can't say I would be too surprised. Because like I said, with the, I know things change a lot in 30 years, but with the recent issue with the plane and the military helicopter colliding, I wouldn't be too, honestly, surprised. Because it feels like sometimes air traffic control may not necessarily be on top of their game, and just other things. Yeah, it's always sad to see a good plane decommissioned. One of the ones they decommissioned here recently that I'm aware of is the A-10 Warthog. Those things are cool. But supposedly it was being decommissioned and maybe replaced. But yeah, there's just some planes that are extremely cool, extremely iconic, and really functional, so it's just like, why? Not sure if I've seen a Concorde specifically myself. Let's see here. Of course, the first thing that came up without attaching plane to it was a... Oh, right, those. Yeah, they're kind of interesting because of the front nose, it being curved down a little bit. Yeah, those ones, I do remember seeing pictures of them. I don't think I've seen one in person, though, sadly. Would have been a kind of cool one to see, too. Upwards during supersonic. That makes sense, I guess, with the angle of the cockpit being that way. Because otherwise it wouldn't make too much sense for the cockpit to be at that angle. But it does explain it if it is supposed to be moving upwards at supersonic speeds. This floor. Harrier jet. I'm not sure if I've seen a Harrier jet either. VTOL is fun. Not that I've done it, but I've seen it go off, and okay, interesting. It looks like it uses a different version of the VTOL than an F-35 does. Looks like it's more based around the center, which is interesting. Oh, right. This is the one that has the engines kind of up near the middle front. Okay, yeah, I've seen pictures before, but I've never seen one in person. Yeah, I remember they were showing us a video of the kind of first versions of the F-35, F-35s with VTOLs. Is that too long? Okay, whatever. Right there. And yeah, when you can see that a jet specifically, you have to remember, because it's a jet, because there are very short takeoff and landing planes that they're usually lightweights, I believe. They can do it off really short runways, but yeah, seeing a jet take off just from a random clearing in a forest that's not very big, it's just like, uh-oh, that could be hidden anywhere. Okay, 2 floors down. It's kind of gross. Yeah. I'm going to need more power. I don't know why I bothered coming up here again. Go up 2 floors. Let's see, the Globe Master, having trouble off the top of my head. And my contrails that I got at the Air Force Academy, you had to memorize a lot of planes, or at least most of the American ones. It's not Glog Master, Globe Master. Gosh dang it. Fingers. Fat fingers. You know what? I may have seen 1 or 2 of those going around. I think so, because they're big and beefy. Much more cargo than a regular C-130 has. What I would like is an AC-130.
Fresh air. It gets a little stale in here.
Because an AC-130 would be really fun to get into, but those are special forces. So, typically, not much opportunity to get to see those. Tell you a fun one that we had land on the actual grounds that we could go into the Air Force Academy is we did get to go into some Ospreys, which I've heard that they're not super reliable. Apparently Ospreys have one of the higher crash rates, which I guess is not too surprising because it is kind of a VTOL, but it's using helicopter blades instead. But I mean, going around inside one of those is kind of fun. Huh. Does it, is there a civilian variant, or is it just a... Because I could see it if it was specifically a, birds. Because like Boeing makes both military and civilian planes, and I mean, realistically, even though I don't think Boeing was the one who does the C-130s, but C-130s do look fairly close to kind of their standard standard passenger planes. Just made for passengers, not just cargo. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know if we've got anywhere quite like that. That's a U.S. territory that would be like that. The only thing that I could think of that would be close to that would be like maybe Guam, but I don't know if the military base there would have the only airport or if there would be others. Oh no, I've been playing for 2 hours. Thank you, Fix-It, for monitoring my video game intake. Man, 4,300 miles. Yeah, I suppose that would be one of the other problems of having tiny airports is sometimes you do just have to close them down for maintenance. Because, I mean, if you're gonna have passengers or cargo coming in, I'm gonna say this being in the field of figuring out how to do pavement, it requires really strong pavement, and if you don't do it properly, and even if you do, sometimes the pavement can just get worn out from all the weight. So if it's only 800 miles, I wonder if do they have like flights from the mainland to St. Helena, or do they only go from Ascension to St. Helena? Because if they were to go from the mainland, I could see there definitely being more of an issue with the airport pavement causing lots of issues. But if it's just from the other islands, I feel like there would not be enough traffic, and they must have other issues. It's always interesting to try and figure out weak points and fixes for them. It's kind of what I do with engineering is. So it's all by itself out there. You know, speaking of islands out in the middle of the ocean, that reminds me in the last couple weeks when I was just kind of listening to YouTube videos at work, I found one done by a Tozy about a streamer who went to like a protected island out near India where it's this tribe that has rejected technology. any kind of it, and so it's protected by like the government, and it's banned for anybody to go there, because they typically are very aggressive towards any outsiders. It's just interesting because oh, is that it? The video made it sound like they had just kind of rejected any kind of technology because people had like tried to bring them some things, but I guess that's true. It didn't like. I guess it's just they reject outsiders then, which, I mean, I suppose that's fair. It's their island. They can do what they want. Yeah, which, I mean, it is at least useful for researchers to study them from afar to try to, you know, learn about primitive civilization. So I guess there is at least a benefit for the rest of the world in leaving them alone if they don't want to be involved with anybody else, because we can at least... Yeah. They're aware of other people and they've killed some of the ones who've come. I think one of the news articles that they talked about was, I think, a missionary from went there to try to convert them and then got killed by them, if I remember right. Yeah, as I say, this video was from back in 2019, I think, 2020. So I don't know any recent stuff about them, but I suppose they would be subject to those things as well. Yeah, they don't like their outsiders, and I mean, heck, it's kind of ironic, but still, a good bow and arrow is enough to deter most people. It's kind of ironic how you don't necessarily need bullets. You could still just use a bow and arrow as long as you have the skill. I haven't done archery myself in a long time. Kind of want to try to learn it, but I'd want to buy like a long bow to do it. I did it in Boy Scouts, or Cub Scouts actually. I did Scouts because they didn't have it, but I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more into archery. Yeah, that's kind of what he's explaining. I couldn't remember how specifically they talked about it, but that, yeah. They are protected people by virtue of, if you go there and get yourself killed, it's not our problem. You did it to yourself. Which is, once again, you know, it's on them. It's their own little island, and yeah, just leave them alone. Don't be a streamer or TikToker or whatever looking for clout and expect anything else when you get shot by an arrow. They're very strict about that kind of thing. Nuisance streamers absolutely not allowed. They'll be shot on sight. Which is sadly not a bad stance. Nuisance streamers. Is this sad? The only reason I even know about them is because I watch other people on YouTube, or is that a good thing? $18 miles is really surprisingly close. Heck, you would think if it's only 18 miles, they would have tried to go to another island themselves just at some point and just would have hit the mainland purely on accident. Which maybe they did, and maybe they just decided, we don't like it, so going back. It's always an option too, I suppose. You would think so, but I mean, that streamer who did it, he just went in a little rubber boat with a motor on it. I don't even know if you could necessarily consider it a full-on rib, but I guess that would make sense if they have issues. If I remember right, wasn't there another story about a fisherman whose boat drifted too close and then they fell asleep after drinking too much and got shot? I wonder, yeah, it'd be kind of curious just to know how they've managed all that so far. I wouldn't be too surprised if, I wouldn't be too surprised if they had currents that were making it difficult, at least for non-motorized vehicles. Sometimes the laws of physics apply a little bit too well in this game. Because momentum is sometimes annoying. Is that what they estimate their population at, is only 50? I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too surprising since that island would lack too many resources to support a bigger population. So, yeah, I guess if they've reached an equilibrium there, that makes sense. Yeah, that's very true. Depending on the type of soil there, clay is not necessarily guaranteed. Like, the state where I live has a lot of clay, but there are some states in the US that don't have a ton of clay, and it's sometimes a good thing, sometimes not. Just dense forest. I mean, if there's a lot of forest, there could be some clay, potentially, but if there's no rivers, I mean, it kind of depends. Because like the state where I live in Oklahoma, which is in the middle of the US, there's no natural lakes in our state. So any lakes that are here have only been really made in the last 100 years by man. But we have a ton of clay, so it's not like you necessarily have to have too much natural water access. And we do have rivers, but I mean, like, there's plenty of areas without rivers that do still get it. But it wouldn't be surprising to me, at least either way, if they did. It wouldn't be too surprising to me one way or another. But given that it is such a small island, I would tend to think that probably mostly sand. Sandy stuff is a pain to build with too. It's not that you can't, it's just it's a pain. I guess if it's all sandy and lots of trees, it could be what some people consider a tropical paradise, minus the inhabitants that kill any visitors. I guess if you consider a tropical paradise, words, a tropical paradise to be a place with all of the hazards that come with being an island out in kind of the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it really would. You'd have to go back to, well, the primitive methods of doing it. You'd have to collect condensation, or either collect condensation or use sand filters. I don't think that you could filter out the salts from salt water with sand. I would think you'd either have to use fire or just condensation to do so. It's been a while since I have gotten into survivalist stuff. It's been a while since I was in Boy Scouts, so I don't remember all the methods of doing that kind of stuff, but yeah, there are a lot of ways. So, I mean, they've obviously figured it out. I'd be curious as to which method they use, though, just because it would be interesting. Yeah, I remember that. Actually, didn't they take two, like one adult and one child, and one of them died, and so they returned the other one? Or am I not remembering that correctly? Vods. Okay. Well, it's not even miners. Which, I mean, if you think about it, it's not necessarily the wrong way to go about it, especially if you have Yeah, I mean the abduction part is not necessarily what I'm talking about, but the give them a bunch of stuff, especially if you have a more advanced technology than them. Be like, oh hey, look, here's all this cool stuff. Maybe you want to do business with us, or maybe you want to be friendly with us, and we can give you more. You know, it's really not necessarily a bad method, but just the other sometimes questionable things that come along, like actual abductions. Can't necessarily just pick up and move the pyramids now, can we? Although that would be kind of funny to see if you could somehow make a giant like crane vehicle that could pick up the entirety of the pyramids. But I still don't think that would really be possible. Thinking about the logistics of that would be a nightmare. You'd have to build something underneath it that would be able to hold everything. Keep it from crumbling, and then there'd have to be the stability issues of once you get it actually picked up, where to go, so that it doesn't, or how to keep it from just tipping. Although I suppose if somebody was really that concerned about moving the pyramids, they wouldn't care quite so much about the tipping problem. The same way as a lot of people with pickup trucks in the US do. It's really annoying. Yeah, but museums, right? You know, if somebody could afford it, they probably would put the pyramids in a museum. That would be a huge if they could afford it. I kind of wish this would tell me which ones are powered and which ones aren't. Is it just powered? This one too, right? Jeez. I wouldn't be too surprised if I'm going to get close to that once I finish the space elevator stuff, because all these components are just going to be dumped into that. But it's still just a ton of them. The scaling for tickets is kind of absurd, I will say. Because it starts off, you need almost no points, but once you get to like a couple hundred of them, it's just all of a sudden like, man, I never can get enough tickets. Or it's got to take a ton of resources to get tickets. Okay, did not get this one yet. Yeah, that was why I did this factory the way that I did, at least for the phase 5 stuff, is I made it so that it's impossible for bottlenecks. Just because that's what I wanted to do this time. Yeah, that would explain it then if you've got a bottleneck somewhere, so that it's not going at full capacity. I will say definitely one of the best additions they ever made to this game was transmission lines. Being able to actually go distances. Yeah, gotta love dark matter crystals. That's one of the things that's going to be kind of annoying about, or that was going to be kind of annoying about mine, was I was trying to figure out how to balance how much of the dark matter residue I needed. And the fortunate thing is, in this game, if you are funneling in like an output for something, and you've already got it coming in, like water is kind of the big one that I've had to do when doing aluminum. Then you can just funnel water output back in, and it will lower the amount coming from the input, which is nice. So it is nice that you can at least use your dark matter residue from other things, but so that you don't have to build too much, but you have to build it anyways to get it going, so I just never worry about trying to balance stuff like that too much. I mean, if you've got a few of these quantum encoders going, most stuff from there produces it, so you can feed it back in. But you do have to have the, yeah, the SAM is the big thing. I think for this factory, let's see, how much SAM ore did I find that I'm gonna need? Let's see, some. Some function, just see. For this factory, I'm going to need 3,120 SAM ore, which yeah, I could definitely see the need for that. I went ahead and grabbed this pure one and this normal one. Plus there's another impure one here and an impure one here. And I'm probably gonna need to grab at least one of them. But yeah, the amount of SAM ore that you need is kind of ridiculous for the last phase. Actually, the other thing, I can't remember. Can you... I don't think you can with miners, but I was going to say you could potentially also use summer sloops to help. But, like I said, I thought about it for 2 seconds and realized I don't think you actually can. I'm not really sure why I'm bothering and coming out and doing these at the moment. These are just meant to be extras. I was mainly going to use all just the stuff relatively close by. This should be all I need at least for now. Why is my capacity going all the way up to 76,000? Oh, because the concrete was just a major bottleneck. Wow, that's how bad it was over my reactors. Jeez. Things I didn't realize. That's slightly annoying. Yeah. Really, the Sanctum soundtrack on this game is one of my favorites. I kind of wish they would have included more. I know it's kind of limited to games that they made. That's what's going right now. Oh, played the game Sanctum. No. Actually, I played the first one a little bit. I think. But only a little bit, sadly. I just like the soundtrack portions that they have in this game. Since I'm pretty sure it's all the same dev. I did not realize that was the entrance to a cave there. So is it weird that I just ate lunch before starting this and I'm already feeling hungry again, even though I ate a pretty big lunch? Sometimes I hate being hungry all the time. I don't know how that works. I'm not gonna ask his game logic. There, I got the achievement. Sorry, you were there. It was open. I just thought about it, so it had to happen. Okay. Yeah, see, I've got all my water here ready for pumping up to there and also making some more nuclear power potentially. Or I might end up making it up there. I don't remember if I've completely determined which one I want to do. I suppose part of the problem is figuring out how much radioactive stuff I can get going anyways. Okay, I feel like that's a majority. Okay. So now I can start kind of hooking up some things. What I'm thinking I want to do is make... 120 times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 960. And have to be coming from this one, so I'll be able to use most of that. Okay. So yeah, I am gonna have to bring in some extra SAM, but I did get the full-on 1200 coming from here and full-on 7 something, 9 something coming from there. So I'm gonna need a little bit more for sure, but nice. I am definitely going to need some more SAM myself. I've found. But it's okay. Okay, first machines are up and running. Well, not running. It's they're being loaded. Okay, so let's see. So we still needing 2,200. Save, since I feel like it's been a while. Okay, this is iron ore, pure Mark III. It's gonna be 1,200 ore. So let's see, 1,200 ore coming out. I suppose the question will be how many. You know what? This is a case of where it's actually useful to use the blueprint machine. Just going back here because I already have one set up, so why not? Yeah, that's fair. Although nuclear pastas are definitely one of the kind of annoying things to make. They require like 300 copper dusts, which requires just so many. Yeah, no. I feel that. They're necessary, but they're annoying. Yeah, yeah. Which that's why it's part of the reason why I kind of moved over here. I moved to this starting area because there's more nodes of the basic materials. Ironically enough, I need very little iron. But there's so much copper and iron over here that I'm not going to have an issue with it because, let's see, copper I'm going to need like over 4,600 ingots to support this factory, which is a lot, but it probably got at least 3 pure copper nodes here. Just a bunch of normals. It's iron. 1, 2. Yeah, so at least 3 pure ones and a bunch of normals. That should be fine. This is why I'm gonna set up this freaking monstrosity here. Let's see. Okay. Let's do 30 apiece. Actually, I might as well do it. Actually, hang on. Phone, calculator, math. Because this is going to be annoying to do in the head. So, if I am producing 1,200 copper, and each one takes 30. I could boost all the machines if I wanted to. I feel like it wouldn't really make a difference one way or another though, because it doubles your power output. Jeez, 40 machines to utilize a pure one. Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm gonna have an ore surplus. It's just gonna be a matter of how to set it up appropriately. I'm thinking something along the lines of doing, let's see, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to fit 40 onto one of these, but this is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't really think there's much more efficient way to do this either, so... Actually, I don't know why I did that. I thought of a pretty decent idea. So... Three, 4. the problem is I'm gonna need 40, so it'd be really convenient. Yeah, that's kind of part of the reason I didn't just quite go ham on making those yet. It's because I don't have that many laying around. But yeah, it's definitely, it's a good problem to have, in my opinion. Facing the wrong way, gosh dang it. 16 pure copper. Oh boy. Getting a little bit stiff here. Okay, so let's see. Caterium. I need 45 to produce 15 hits. Means I need about 30 of them. I can still do 10 at Deuterium, 115 goods. Okay, got some more blueprints done. Now, just time to go back and put them into play. Probably not, but you could always just keep dumping them into getting more tickets. Never a bad thing, right? Let's see, what's a normal copper? I'm gonna prioritize the pure ones first. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the only problem with summer sloops is how sometimes you want to budget them. Because they can be easily used up. Which produces problems. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so you're gonna 1200, so I need 4 of you. Yeah, jeez. Two. 3, 4. Yeah, I tend to not carry too much of that stuff myself other than when I'm exploring, because otherwise, yeah, there's just not a whole lot of point. Right now I'm carrying 1 stack of explosives, 1 stack of ammo, and that's about it. But when I'm exploring, I'll carry 2 or 3 stacks of each. Especially the cluster nobelisks and the nuclear ones, they're very good for clearing. Interestingly enough, one of the hard drives that I had gave me 6 inventory slots. Don't know how, but yeah, I did the research for all of them because I just really wanted inventory space. Okay, so there's my pure iron. Let's see. The fog. I haven't turned it off myself, but it probably wouldn't hurt because I think it does impact my performance a decent amount. Can you not just turn it off here in the video stuff too? I guess maybe that's clouds. That's been since I saved. Huh. Okay, so let's see. R dot fog 0. Oh. Yeah, I think that helped my performance a lot. Well, that tends to be the case with fog, sadly. To make good fog, it requires too much processing power. And, I really wish that NVIDIA and AMD would focus less on trying to do AI stuff and more on like actually making decent hardware. It's really annoying otherwise. Wait. Game, are you trying to tell me that I can put a power pole on a power line? Okay, that's staying there just because. Physics dictates this is no. But apparently game says yes. Yeah, you gotta love just having to hoof it a far distance. See, the nice thing about this current factory that I have is I made it so that I would never need to boost anything unless it was just purely doubling the output of the system, which works, but it does have its own problems. Ironically enough, this should, in theory, be the only iron that I need. No, I'm gonna need one other node to produce iron. But that's it? Just those two? I might need more time crystals. Realistically, I'm gonna need to do that for the copper mainly. Because I need almost 5k copper. This thing. Alright, before I continue, I need more water, and I'm also going to go take a pee break since it's been 3.5 hours, and I will be back. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. Have relieved myself, gotten some water, and gotten a snack so that you can keep going for longer, since it is 5:40 right now. Where are the pure copper bits that I have? They're all iron. Surprisingly, I hardly need the iron. Caterium is something else that I'm gonna have to bring in more of, because I used a lot of Caterium this time. Okay, so copper is mainly in the east. I've got 2 pure nodes over there. And normal. I'm gonna need at least 3? Or is it 4 pure nodes? 4. 4 or 5. Probably gonna need 5 total. I just wanted to finish that off. Still is interesting how I found an interesting bug where somehow it loaded 50 bullets into a single magazine. I'm at 23 still, but it's just like, I don't know how that works, but I'll take it. So that's a normal, pure one. So keep on straight like that way. all these be powered up. My consumption has gone up a surprisingly low amount. Starting to run a little bit low on those, on the good old high-speed limiters for all the power. But fortunately, I don't need a ton of them anymore. I mean, I still like use them, but... Okay, so that's 3 copper plants. I think I need 1. I don't know where the last pure copper that I have is. Just do all this for iron. Oh, this is copper. Right, because I was over here. I just made it here now. Hmm. 3 pure copper ores. And I guess I could go ahead and just do it to the 2 down here. In case I might as well just do 2 normal ones that are elsewhere. The other problem is the coppers are kind of all spread out. I guess best I can just head straight west with a slight bit of south in it. Alright, is it all these? Okay. Okay, so if I link up 2 of these, that should be fine. Okay. That's a lot of copper. suppose that's the only problem with having granola as a snack is it's dry and easy to get stuck in your throat. This is iron, yeah? I accidentally hit 1 for that. Well, I suppose it was kind of given that I eventually run out of that stuff, but I forgot I should have picked up more of these. I mean, that's fair. I only balanced this time because I did want to try to make this factory really clean. I tried to kind of do it at the other one, but it was, it ended up being a mess anyways. And that's really the only reason I'm trying to make this one look nice, is I wanted to balance everything so that I could actually make it look good. And it looks clean. For now, at least. Yeah, another main reason I did it for this one is because I got tired of my phase 3/4 factory getting bottlenecked at certain points, and so to make this one move quickly, I made it bottleneck proof. Theoretically. See, the other thing I'm gonna need a lot of is concrete. Okay, there we go. Right, I didn't make constructors yet. Jeez, this is only gonna give me 400. I'm gonna need like 3 pure notes. $27 of these. Yeah. Oh. Kinda wish I thought about this one beforehand, but I forgot, so... Now to connect everything up. That wouldn't make much sense. Jeez. It's unfortunate that this is only going to provide 400 concrete, and I'm going to need to do this again 3 times. Come on. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 9, 10, 12, 15, 16. Now that I've finally gotten kind of used to using the hot bars, swapping hot bars, it's just kind of nice. I forgot to hook one up. Funny. Okay. That's 2 concretes. I need 1 more. No, I haven't seen it. Huh. Sounds kind of interesting. Sir Anthony Hopkins is a pretty good actor. Or at least he was in the Hannibal Lecter. I really liked him in that. In all of them. For miles, huh? I haven't heard of Catherine Zeta-Jones. I've heard the name Michael Douglas, but I'm not sure if I'd be familiar with him. My problem is I'm not good at not super familiar with actors. Let's see, maybe Michael Douglas. Oh, him. Yeah, let's see. He played the manager in John Wick. Oh no, he did Ant-Man. That's right. He was familiar from somewhere. I just couldn't quite remember. Yeah, okay, Ant-Man. That's would make sense as to why I've heard the name, since I've seen most of the Marvel movies. That's what I'm listening to on the side right now, actually, is Captain America, because I figured why not. Yeah, Sir Anthony Hopkins would be cool to meet, although... For some reason, I had thought that Sir Anthony Hopkins had died already. But there have been a lot of actors and musicians, it seems, recently who have died, so... I haven't met any actors, but it would be interesting to meet some. I do pay attention, since I read the Chive on my phone every once in a while. They have lists, and I've read other lists online about some actors who you do want to meet and who you don't, because apparently some of them are not so great to meet, while his other ones are really good to meet. I haven't seen too many of Stargate's episodes, but yeah, I'm afraid I'm just not super familiar with a bunch of actors because I just don't keep up with too many of them. Plus, I live pretty far away from Hollywood, so I don't think there's any actors that live in my state. Yeah, see, I live in Oklahoma, which is in the middle of the United States, which is very mostly rural, so not exactly the best place for actors who need to go to Hollywood to make movies, or really anywhere on the East and West Coast. Although we did get, I did get to drive by a couple times while I was out for work when they were making the new Twisters movie. But, that's a good way to meet people, I guess, is volunteering for the movie. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6. That's how I got off. Well, I can't say I'm too surprised about that. They generally take the safety of leaders of countries very seriously. Although a 9-foot fence seems kind of excessive. Yeah, that seems extra excessive then. Like, why? I don't see the point. I mean, hey, a castle that survived bombing in World War II is always going to be impressive, because realistically, they're just concrete walls, and they're only so good. Well, I guess it depends on what era it was built in. It wouldn't necessarily be strictly concrete, but yeah, it's still impressive anytime that really anything survives a bomb. Ugh. Was it, well, I guess they probably wouldn't have let anybody know. Oh, so it was actually live. That's cool. Although scary also, because dangerous live explosive. I keep hoping at my job that I get to go and watch when they have to use explosives to blow up rocks for a road, but unfortunately the area where I work, there's not a whole lot of hard rock. It's all soft stuff like sandstone, so no explosives for me. It's only recently that I found out that in Europe there is a Control C and Control V. Oh, because of the copy and paste. Interesting. I didn't know that's how that worked. That is much faster. See, no matter how long it seems like I play this, I always keep getting new info. Oh, really? Why did they never explain this? I knew there was the copy and paste settings, but I thought you had to come in here and copy and paste it every time. So I was like, that's not really... It doesn't save much time, but holy crap, that is a huge time saver. What have I been doing all this time? But yeah, it was only like this past week that I found out that there actually was a specific difference in Europe between university and college. A college over there is, I guess, equivalent to what we would call a trade school here. Wait, you can do that too. Oh my gosh. See, wow. I haven't been in the Discord at all for this game, following it. I have just been playing it casually since the beginning, so if they ever talked about any of that stuff in the Discord or anywhere, I never knew about it, which is just, ugh. Those settings would have been so useful. Yeah, for sure. That is so much easier. I could have probably saved like 40, 50 hours. Heck, I could have saved at least 10, 20 hours in this, this thing. Yeah, that would definitely make sense if you can do it like that, because the amount of times I just placed and then just went and kept on going in and doing everything manually. Ugh. Yeah, and that would be a lot faster than blueprinting. If I'd have known about that, I wouldn't have even bothered blueprinting the furnaces, because you could just place them as easily and it would be as much of a waste of time. Yeah, I try to do that too, because, yeah, that is one thing you definitely notice is they definitely do snap to their places. Although sometimes I have problems with them wanting to go weird directions. That's kind of annoying. See, like there. I don't know why it tries to, when I'm pointing here, snap it to in between there. It's just like, rah. Yeah, the hotbar is kind of something that I finally started embracing this playthrough. I'm usually not the best at hotkeys, but I've been trying it, and I'm doing all right at least using it most of the time. Yeah, see, for this factory, I made up this one specifically because it was just all this kind of stuff, so it made sense to do so. Otherwise, yeah, I've never done it either, but it's just like, there's so much, well, why not? Right, those are already all hooked up. My problem is always remembering which way to scroll. Let's see, if I knew the shortcuts, I wouldn't have added anything to the hotbar either, because it's really the only reason I had it was because you just gotta place so many down. Okay. Concrete is being made. Deuterium, it's gonna be annoying. Which deuterium do I need? So I need like 900 deuterium. Not as bad as I thought, but yeah, majority of those are kind of what I use. Concrete foundations. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. That's why I like the Mercer spheres and being able to carry that stuff around, but just the concrete foundations? How do you make them just concrete? Yeah, that would be a lot better. When did they add these? I don't remember these being here the whole time. Oh, you could do asphalt and it would only be 2. No, it would still be 7. Okay. Jeez. The things that I didn't pay attention to. Apparently. Yeah, I definitely would have done that, but, well, I just wanted to get around, explore, and build stuff. Not pay attention to shortcuts and things to make it easier. I see, so it's the right width. Yeah, I've never worried myself too much about customizing stuff. It would be probably interesting to do. I just never worried too much. Heck, I didn't even buy the customizing, any of the customizing stuff until recently. Colored light belts. That's cool. See, I hate it when it freaking does that. Yeah, you mean like these, I think? The double ramps? Actually, I guess that would be... Yeah. I just didn't get them for a while, so I'm just bothering... I'm not even bothering to change, I'm just doing this. That makes sense. Especially since I chose to make this in a desert biome. Ugh, my top floor with no roof would be awful. About the world grid, as in like where the biomes change, or something else? Then I probably don't. Huh. No, I did not realize that. Jeez. There are so many things, even though I've put over 300 hours in this game, I just had no idea were things. Yeah, that would have been helpful to know a long time ago. Nah, the wonky connections are fine at this point. I'm close enough to the end that I can't put too much more care and effort into it at this point. Just have to accept that I screwed up too much. Huh. I can't remember if I tried that before or not, but it'd definitely be useful. Because I did spend... Yeah, I did spend a lot of time just... It's kind of too bad it doesn't work for blueprints. Oh well. Yeah, when I was looking for the alternate screws recipe that I was wanting, which I ended up not even using because it just wasn't quite worth it. Did help. Yeah, I don't know. I just like doing the. I just like having it like this. That's how I built that. That was wise because making such massive floors, drawing them all out by 10 every single time, it was going to be a massive pain in the butt. I need to get power here. Need power up here. Yeah, I figured that one out fairly quick too, because I know that was since it took me so long to unlock that upgrade, to put things back, I was just really wanting to I was already wanting, yeah. It took me a little bit, but I did figure that out because all the concrete that I've used, it now pulled it out of here instead, and it just, yeah, saves inventory space if you use it first. Now, I'm going to place this so that the ladder is basically impossible to access because it's floating. Granted, the whole thing is floating and it doesn't make sense, but yeah, that was kind of what I did too, because I was looking at it from the viewpoint of as long as it uploads fast, the capacity doesn't really matter. But once again, the problem is when you're building a giant factory like this, you almost need both, and so I maxed it out because it was taking so long, and I still had to go back and forth and I had to carry like full inventories of stuff. So yeah, just yeah. Okay, so let's see if I can do this right this time. So this with, oops, wrong one. Yeah, for sure. But the only reason I needed capacity was really because of this. Other than that, the capacity was always fine. But it just got to the point where I was like, I need a little bit more. Okay, so do this. That is super useful, except I forgot to make a Caterium first. Dang it, I'm gonna need like 3 of these Caterium factory setups. That's not annoying at all, is it? already did the Caterium anyways. Okay, so Caterium, this will be about 400. I need to see. This is normal. Here, normal, normal. Okay, it'll be better to just go up here and transport them all. It is kind of nice being able to look inside and see all my machines from the outside. Oh yeah, this was another reason that I needed to have so much crap in my inventory. I was building this giant freaking sky bridge. By cannons, you mean the jump pads? Yeah, no, that's why I was wanting to make sure, because I agree. I've never used jump pads. Cannons mostly for transport. I guess maybe I'm not quite understanding what you mean by cannon. Wait, to stack inputs of a hypertube? I've stacked a bunch of other things on accident before, but I didn't realize you could do that with hypertubes. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Oh no, I ran into him. My least favorite enemy. That makes sense, needing a parachute. That would definitely be handy, especially if you don't want to do teleporters. But for early game, that would be very nice. Makes sense. No, 90, that makes sense. Don't tell me this Caterium is down in this, down in a freaking cave. Oh, up here's some. Nope, that's quartz. I didn't bring enough ammo to be going down in there to find Caterium. Gosh dang it. Yeah, that's what I did for this last factory. More so just determining what machines I would need. I didn't keep track of the numbers, that's why it took so long to set up, but it is what it is. Like I said, I slightly overbuilt for all of them, so 12 a minute? Holy crap. Jeez, you'd need so much more than I have right now, because I just planned for whatever the default is for each of them, which is like 1. 12 a minute would be so many machines. Yeah, geez. But I guess if you're going for a speedrun tactic, it makes sense. So am I doing this right? I don't know. Okay, so my methodology is a bit off. Oh, so it does need to be, okay. Oh, does it need to be completely flat and then you can have like a ramp and ramp off of it? Okay, 2x10. That makes sense. Oh. Okay, so two notches. And then, oh, is it? Oh, you mean like these little notches? One, two. Okay, so do that. And then place an... Okay, okay. Now I think I get it. And now I get why you, Can the entrance... Yeah, I was gonna say, can the entrance just be right on the exit? Okay, that makes sense. I think I did the right direction there. Where did the power that I put down go? There it is. Ah. Yeah, that's definitely pretty fast. So if I wanted to get up there, I would just want to place like a couple of face the correct direction, please. Okay. Seems like the hard part is getting it to actually... Wait a second. That's because I was placing it on the wrong map. There we go. Yeah, the only place I haven't gone all the way to is over here yet. And I'll eventually get there. Maybe. Probably not in this playthrough, but since I'm not quite wanting the swamp right now, I'm just wanting up there. I'll go maybe 15. Eh. You know what? Yeah. Well, I'm probably only going to be doing it once because it's not like I need it very much. I just need to... Getting over that way would be easier this way. Other than that, I can teleport to the other two main areas that I need to go to. Yeah. Although the ceiling is really high. Granted, I don't know how far this flings you, but yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suppose that's fair. Suppose that's fair, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, definitely if I was starting over again, I would use these tricks a lot, but I don't even know if I'm at least never gonna probably stream this game again, but I will probably play it more in my off time eventually, and this kind of stuff would indeed be useful. Well, that's the at least 300 hours of experience. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should close. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so this is the last one I want. So we'll say 15. I don't know why I bothered doing that. Does the final one need to also be short, or does it work like if I stretch it out just a little bit? I kind of figure it probably has to be short, because it's kind of the point. Okay. Okay. So like that. Yeah, that's another thing I've discovered in this playthrough is noodle mode, straight mode, and the alternate build modes are lifesavers in certain cases. I mean, aren't all good features bugs at some point? Okay, yeah, 15 may have been Just about perfect for getting right there, which is what I need. Yeah, I don't need to go to the swamp at the moment, so that's why I'm only going like 15, because I wanted to hit right about there. And of course you gotta test it. So 30 is like wall to wall almost. It sounds like 40 will be closer. Reset your counter? What counter? Is there a death counter in the hub? Could they add that at some point? I don't remember that being there before, but maybe it's always been there and I just don't know better. Alright, there's this one that's easy. So it'd be another 400. Okay. I only 85, so good. I won't have to go cave diving it on the bike. Well, and I'd imagine you could probably do some finagling if you used like the 1 meter ramps too. Maybe. Or if you were to mount it to a wall, then you could adjust it more. Alright, I remember now. I was gonna pick up some more ammo. That many in-game days? Jeez, just how long have I been playing this? Nah. Just let it go, just let it go, and hopefully it doesn't reset. We go for big numbers. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good at doing the little hot swap for these, especially since they're up here. But it definitely did take a little bit of getting used to. Lizard doggo. Makes sense. I honestly never thought the gel pads were very ideal because of that reason. Because they weren't always consistent, it seemed like, whenever you jumped. It seemed like they were... It would depend on the momentum. Like, I said it earlier, earlier when I started streaming today. I was like, man, they got the physics in this game too good. Conservation of momentum works way too well, because... go up a ladder or you jump off of the using the zip liner and it just continues to throw you at the speed you're going at in the forward direction. So it's just kind of like, well, what do you know? Physics works. Oh, it's down there. Okay. This isn't quite as far out of the way as I thought, so... I do not doubt that. Nailed it. Come on, I want a goofy placement. There we go. Okay, there's that. Where's gonna be the best place to set up? Let's do something like... Oh. There we go. Yeah, that should be about right again. Missing rubber. What? Fine, we'll just do... It's because I don't have any... Okay, so there's one more Caterium. Oh, yeah. And I do need some more sand ore. Well, at least a majority of it is done now. Okay, is that it? Yeah, that one specifically is it. Okay. I don't know why I bothered going the long way. I could have just climbed up with ladders, but eh. Reminds me I need more rubber. Gosh dang it. Dang it, I'm out of rubber. It's interesting. My rubber perfectly ends here. Give me the rubber. Should think you meant a rubber. Should be plenty. I need to figure out when the world's using up so much. Oh, doesn't matter, I got my rubber. Hmm. Dang it, didn't get the bug. I've got plenty of coal to get the ore going. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end here for tonight because I've been doing this for 6.5 hours, and it's probably about time for me to actually eat dinner before we're going to sleep tonight. And yeah, so the plan tomorrow is to make coal, hook up everything, and get it started. Should be possible. Might need to go grab some more SAM ore, but we'll see. Anyways, I think, gonna go ahead and sign off for the evening. So, have a good one.